Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Palace of the Dead solo stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're continuing from floor 151, so we'll see if we can maybe get back at least to like floor 180. Or if we get smacked back down to the start again. We'll see. Something a bit unrelated to this stream. Something funny that I've noticed with my Mentorship video series is that whenever there is there is something that goes a little bit wrong, like for instance you have an ice mage that refuses to take advice outright, and I then basically just talk about that a little bit in broad strokes, because that'll be like the feature film or feature part of the video that'll go in the thumbnail in some capacity. That has a tendency to lead to more people clicking on it. A large part of the players will, focus on the lesson, which is, the lesson being at least try to be prepared before you go into duties with other human beings involved, right? Like, be considerate. That's the lesson. But there will also be, I would say, first-timers. I would say people that don't know the channel at all, that assume that that specific section, that specific bit, is all that I am. And more importantly, that they exaggerate that. The funny ones, the weirdest one that I got just yesterday was someone that saw that I had the audacity to comment on, a black mage using ice magic instead of their entire toolkit. And they were allegedly a black mage main that had done all content there was to be in the game, including Ultimates and Savage, and they have never commented on anyone else's gameplay. Never in their life, not once. And they just accepted that they had longer queues because they're a DPS. That's a random detail. And then they went on to say that the fact that I was queuing as healer means that because I get the faster queue and I'm queuing mentor roulette means that I don't get to complain when I get bad players in my groups. That's just how it is when you have the fast queue. That's the punishment if you're playing healer. That's the punishment if you're playing healer. And then they went on to call that entire video 18 minutes of me ranting. And that they had no sympathy for me. And I'm sitting there reading that, thinking, did I actually rant for 18 minutes? Because I don't think I did. Like, sure, the video opened with me going, oh yeah, that newish tank could have sprinted slightly better. But before I said that, I also said this person is using the defensive cooldowns amazingly well. Which meant that I was like, this person is playing so well that there's only one small thing, like this very small thing, that I could give of advice. Which was, they could sprint slightly better. Like, if you see me in the Mentorship videos give advice that is that pedantic, it's usually because they're doing everything else super well. But there's just this one outlier where I'm like, it's weird that they're playing so well when they're not doing this thing right. Or perfectly. But yeah, exactly, as some of you said, isn't the point of a mentor to mentor? The second one was that someone specifically took issue with me being such a min-maxy hyper-optimizer because I said that thing with sprint. And the third one was someone being annoyed that I was inconsistent because I agreed with one person that said the easiest way to deal with these kind of players is to not interact with them and just ignore them. But at the same time, I made this kind of person the focal point of the video. IQ mentor roulette at the time of day where I have deemed there is the highest probability of extremes. And I'm annoyed when I get a guild test. So obviously I'll say the easiest solution is to ignore them. But I don't choose the easy way. If I did, I would have been delighted to see guild test number 15, right? But I don't. These people complaining that I give advice don't realize that those Cure 1 bots don't always just figure it out one day. A lot of the time, it was because someone actually took a moment to explain to them, by the way, don't do that. But the reason why I found it interesting to highlight this is because I can have like half a dozen of those mentor roulettes where the focal point is like, there was an extreme. And we focus on that. And there were no particularly bad player outliers. So there's only positives to talk about, mostly. And these people don't show up. Then I make one where the focal point is something negative, and suddenly they appear. Like, the irony is that they get so offended that I had something negative to say, but they didn't click on the video when it was 100% positive. Like, that's the insane irony. That's why I thought it was funny to bring this up, is that these people come rolling in when there's negative news and ignore it when it's positive news, and then they overinterpret to make me more negative than I am. Anyway, I just had that on my mind and thought it was funny to share it with all of you. And I have intentionally not said any names. If you really want to know what those comments were, you can go hunting through the comment section yourself and go, huh, that's weird. But yeah, I'm not trying to like point them out for you to attack. Don't do that. Just leave it. I just think the general consensus of that is really, really funny. With that said, hey Liv, hey Vince, hey Caetsu Dragoon, hey Yannick, hey Saras, hey Silvermint, hey Ardell, hey Vivi, hey Ilana, hey Ham, hey TTA Boot, and hey Krook, hey Taldaba, hey Mochi, hey Ridlian, hey Agent Monica. Hope you're all doing very well. Let me just catch up on some of the comments that you gave. The strange leap of logic. And also, you know, that is actually impressively accurate. Ham and Yannick posting nearly exactly the same comment. See. Exactly, Krook. That's also what I was thinking, is that that's like, there's a lot of things. A lot of things to mentor roulette. Sure, the point isn't that you have to teach. But helping others is one part of it. And you can do that whether you're a mentor, not a mentor, a sprout, and whatnot. You can do that regardless of whether you queued mentor roulette or something else. You can help other players. 100% you can. The target is to be polite about it. That's also why the conversation, and that's something that is important to note, I always show the chat log in those mentor roulettes exactly because then you know that I'm not making stuff up. You can see what they said and what I said, and you can see that I wasn't being rude about it. I was being relatively polite and saying, oh, why are you doing this? And then they go so-and-so, and then I say, well, actually, this might be better. And not, like, trying to make it personal. Which is also why the moment that the conversation went from this person is using ice magic to do the bare minimum, we start to move elsewhere, right? Like, we start to move to a different conversation entirely. You are the healer, you must suffer due to the sheer and utter incompetence of your DPS party members. You know what's funny about that, Liv? Is I was thinking, if that is actually how it worked, then I'm starting to understand why there is a lot of problems with finding healers. Like, if that was actually how it worked. And yeah, exactly, Ilana, I also saw that comment. And that's all it takes. That is the reason why I pointed out. I'm not pointing it out to go, oh man, this player's so bad. I'm pointing it out to go, by the way, did you know? Just like I go, by the way, did you know Warrior can blah, 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 right? It's the same idea. It's just an avenue to bring up a piece of advice. And also that, Liv, if I did, I'd probably be playing jobs that I thought was more likely to find guild tests. And I'm glad to hear that, Ilana. It isn't easy, and hey, my advice isn't going to be perfectly, like accurate for every situation, but hey, it's something. It might help. Hey, Bonzi, and Babis, and Boobamet, and Nox, hope you're doing well. And that's also true, Bonzi. The thing is, I will usually only stop to try and give someone advice if I can give something relatively accurate, or if what they're doing wrong is particularly egregious, then I will stop to go, hey, can I give you a piece of advice? If it's something minor, like something like the sprint thing, whatever. It'll waste more time for me to explain it to them than just let the dungeon run its course, right? And thank you for these. You know what's sad about that particular guild test, Vivi? You'll clear it almost exactly as fast whether you wait for the invuln to go down or not. It only costs a few seconds. Yannick says, I remember one time I had a ninja in Skydive Shinoja, and without dying, he was consistently 4th in aggro on every single enemy, boss, also bosses, and I asked him, is your gear broken? Or if there was some other issue? Or if our healer was just good with glares? Did he answer? Little did you know for the bingo this time around. Early did you know for the... Yeah, exactly. Hey, last day, I hope you're doing well. So what do you mean by sprinting wrong? Mean they don't use it between packs of mobs? In that, you can see it in the video itself. It's the video from yesterday. Basically what they were doing is that they ran up, pulled a mob, and then pressed sprint. Pretty much. If they had done it in the reverse order, they would have gotten 20 seconds of sprint instead of 10. Who cares? Right? Like, in the grand scheme of the entire duty, it doesn't really matter. But if you're playing super well, aside from that, then it would be a way to get slightly better. Like, if you're playing 99% of the performance you could do, and the only thing missing is, if you just sprint it before you enter combat instead of when you're in combat, you get more sprint. Then that's that's not really an important detail, but it is something you can do better. That's it, really. Annick says, he said something like, mind your business, dude. Ah, yeah, that's the classic. And that's the funny thing, is that when you have those players that play particularly badly, there is I feel like a coin toss between whether they go, oh yeah, it's because I don't actually know what I'm doing, and they take your advice. Or they straight up get mad at you for even asking. And the thing that's funny about that, and this is something that some people in the comment section from yesterday's video brought to my attention possibly is that some of these kinds of players might be doing that because they're intentionally slacking because they can't be bothered to do better. And they get annoyed that you catch them, you know, with the hand in the cookie jar, essentially. I'm not going to point fingers and say that anyone in particular did that, but I think it's a pretty fascinating correlation that there's a possibility that that is the reason why they get mad. And yeah, I also should get started. Thank you everyone that said good luck. Cookie jar where? But yeah, my advice, which I'll be able to present in more detail in a video coming out very soon, is careful with sounding accusatory when you ask about someone playing weirdly. Like, careful that you don't sound like you're accusing them of playing badly. Which I know sounds absurd, because if they are playing badly, but you're not allowed to say that. Like, you're not allowed to bring attention to that. I know that sounds absurd, but basically the explanation is if someone hypothetically punched you in the face and then said that your hair is slightly off, like there's something with your hair, would you care about their input on that? Or would you be more interested in punching them back? Or at least approaching that part of the conversation where they punched you in the face? Going out on a limb here, I would imagine that the average person... I'd immediately break down due to trauma. Oh. The average person would probably be too focused on the fact that they just got punched in the face to take any advice. When you open with don't do X, do Y, it can be interpreted as a figurative punch in the face. Don't do that thing you're doing. Do this other thing that I like, that you should be doing. Do it the way I like it. And you just punched them in the face. So they're not particularly interested in doing the way you want to do it. Because you just punched them in the face. A respawn macro? What's that? But that's kind of the logic, is that if you open by approaching what they're doing wrong, like, I'm not saying that it never works. I'm saying that the reason why it often doesn't work, or might not work, is because of this idea that you essentially give them a figurative punch in the face. Marcus says, so tell them first, then punch them in the face. Almost. You're almost there. Also, hey, Giraheen and Marcus, hope you're doing well. You're close. What I would suggest is that you focus on giving the advice. Whoops. And then, once they've taken your advice, they might ask, like, so what's wrong with what I was doing? Like, for example, you go, you should probably use Cure 2 more. for example. Then they might go, well, if I do that, then I don't have enough MP. Well, then you can circle back around and go, well, you see, you save time by using Cure 2. You don't, like, you won't need all that MP. And if you do, then you might be using healing spells too much. Like, avoid, like, try to focus on what they can do better than focus on what they're doing wrong, if you can. That way you avoid the figurative punch in the face. There's 2 Serenities on this floor, and it's like a kiss-curse kind of floor. Fun. Hey Viech, hope you're doing well. But free cure, exactly. But what about free cure? Well, you don't need it. There you can also go into the maths of it, that, like... you will get so little MP out of that, that it is incredibly unlikely that it will actually end up being helpful. But the key is to try and avoid, in a way, I guess, avoid pointing out the elephant in the room. Even if it's really, really fun to say, stop using cure1.info. What about a literal punch in the face? I don't know, that's where we started, Viek. Don't do that either. Oh, that is pretty neat, Yannick. Aren't they respawns at specific intervals? So slap access. Well, generally you should avoid physical violence in general. Free cure on average saves only 200 MP, right? It's 15% chance. Right? So you need, in 20 Cure 1 casts, you'll get 3 free cures. On average. 20 Cure 1 casts will cost you 8,000 MP. But because they give you 3 free cures, it saves you 3,000 MP, assuming that you're actually going to use those Cure 2s. But that, again, that's assuming that you're going to use them. And part of the problem is, I think free cure is 15 seconds? I can't remember if it's 15 or 30, but if it is 15 seconds, then you can probably see, if you've just gone through a section of spamming Cure 1, there's a relatively high probability that you will not need Cure 2 now, because of all the Cure 1s you just cast. And yeah, part of it is also that, like, basically, free cure replaces a cure you would have cast anyway with a free one. Which makes it more complicated in the mathematics of it all, because if it just made it so that there's a 15% chance that your next cure, like that your cure 1 just cost 150 less, then it would be easy. It would be easy to math that out, because it's just, well, there's a 15% chance that it costs 150 less. But that's not how it works. It's like, it gives you the opportunity to save 1000 MP 15% of the time. I mean, it wouldn't actually help if it was only 150 you saved. They could just replace free cure with cure costing 250 is what I should say. Was free cure relevant back in A Realm Reborn? That is an excellent question, and I don't know. Bomed says, I'm curious if free cure a relic from a similar mechanic with Black Mage? I don't know. I'll say Ian. And Bokaj and Space Pirate. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, roughly every 6 to 7 casts, it gives you 1. Now, because it's based on this 1.0 video I saw where they fought Ifrit. Even they thought free cure was bad. Did they have free cure in 1.0? Did they have Firestarter in 1.0? Yeah, exactly, Nox. To get free cure, you have to cast cure 1 like 6 times on average. You're not going to need that cure 2 after all that. Probably. Hopefully not. If you are, then that fight is really long, and part of the reason why that fight is so long is probably because you're casting cure 1 and not holy. I mean, Firestarter is actually kinda good, but the difference is, if you compare Firestarter to cure 2, Fire 3's damage is actually alright. Like, Fire 3's damage is okay. It's actually good. Like, it's closer to Fire 4 in potency than Fire 1. So it's kinda good. The problem is that it's too expensive and it takes too long. Firestarter actually removes both of those downsides. Cure 2 is not too expensive. It's expensive, but it's not too expensive, so you don't really care that it's free. And it doesn't take too long, and free cure does not make it instant. What if cure 1 refreshed region? That would probably be more helpful, because it would be like, if you have to refresh region, then being able to do it with a free like 400 cure potency on top would be kind of nice. But it's just like, it's an unnecessary level of complexity. If region actually cost more than 400 MP, it would probably be a lot nicer, because then you would technically be saving MP by refreshing region more cheaply. Cure 1 could be used to apply a buff that may be stacked, that made Cure 2 more effective. They could also do that. Part of the problem is that usually you don't need to spam a healing spell. Hey Jared, hope you're doing well, and thank you. Like, usually you won't need to spam healing spells, so whatever effect Cure 1 can apply would be most helpful if it did it immediately. Like, for instance, if Cure 1 refreshed region, the helpful part is that means that if you're in an extended fight where your tank needs to, like, be healed constantly, you only need to have made sure you applied region initially. After that, you can just spam Cure 1 to maintain it, or alternate Cure 1 and Cure 2. Like, point is that once region is up, you can continue to maintain region without casting region, and region is technically like a valley in your healing output, because when you apply it, it does nothing. Right? Like, it does nothing. So that can actually be scary to do in a situation where you need all the healing you can get. What's the most effective heal potency to MP conversion healing spell? Usually Cure 1, Benefic 1. No, actually, Region and Aspected Benefic. It's not close. It's not even close. It's Region and Aspected Benefic. Second place would go to something like, if we're talking single tank, because if we start including AoE, it becomes really, really unfair, really, really fast. Whoa. But after Cure 1 and... Oh, that was what was messing me up, I think. Felt like there was like a weird skip in my almost like latency. I think it was just that I missed something. Scholar Fairy is technically free. I think Scholar's Fairy... I mean, it is a spell, but I don't think that counts, does it? Like, Afflatus Solace is also technically MP free, so in terms of MP conversion, it's free. Hey, Bronzome! Hope you're doing well. And Rajin, I hope you're doing well as well. But after something like Cure 1 or Benefic, I'm pretty sure that the third place in like single target healing potency is something like a critting at Loquium. Because that one is like... I'm pretty sure that one, it like surpasses 1000 combined potency between the heal and the barriers. We're discussing the we started with a conversation about how do you tell someone like how to play better? Like how do you give advice? And then we went into how do you explain to a Sprout, for instance, that free cure is bad. And then we started talking about MP efficiency. Also true, Nox, but if we're talking straight potency, then like a crit Adlo or a crit if creation diagnosis gets 2 shields. Like straight up they just get 2 shields. And because they get 2 shields, that means that the converted potency of the heal itself to barrier, you have to multiply by 2. It's 360% instead of only 180. But yes, technically, not only does a critting at Loquium also crit, meaning that the heal is bigger, the fact that the barriers themselves are directly, like they're basically just, they take the exact number of healing you did, like flat as is, and say times 1.8. Each of them do that. Which means that the shield, like the heal being, you know, 40 to 60% bigger, also means that each of the barriers will be 60, like about 50% bigger than they normally would be. You can't deploy the crit part of an Adloquium, right? That is correct. The catalyze, as it is called, is not mentioned in the tooltip of deployment tactics. But it didn't used to be like that. Apparently back in Heavensward, before you got recitation and could guarantee it, Adloquium just added a way bigger shield if you crit it. Which meant that if you did, you just got a giga shield. Or was it like that? I think I might remember that wrong. There's both a strength and a steel in this floor. Do I want to sacrifice a serenity for that? Maybe? I don't really want to fight the imp. It's a little annoying. I think it was that Adloquium used to give bigger shields, like just baseline. But the crit didn't add an additional shield on top. Ah. I feel a little bit locked in. By the way, where exit? You know what? I do think I want to make that trade, because I also would like to use my sustain potions. Also, I can see the exit, and this steel is like 30 miles from the exit. So it's now probably not coming back for it. Imagine if we had gotten the floors in a slightly different order. There was that floor earlier with 2 Serenities on it. Bruh. Oh, they did change it. Thank you, Liv. The real winner of single target efficiency is benediction. True. The problem is generally that the abilities are always free. Oh, sight. That would have been nice to have, like, 30 seconds ago, before I stepped in that trap. Didn't manage to get it in time. The panic when you actually see the ice spikes cast, and then you don't catch it in time. Imagine if abilities cost MP. Piety stonks. Piety stonks just skyrocket. I think that it would actually be not necessarily a bad idea if they did that. Because a big problem with MP in Final Fantasy XIV is everything that actually matters is basically free. Oh, right. Void Blizzard. Can Black Mages have that? Void Blizzard? Blue abilities cost MP. That's true. Can we talk about not making that a job-specific feature then? Weird to make that the job feature of all things. Imagine if Res could crit. It reminds me of Delubrum Reginae Savage, where you could only rest where you could only rest with specific ray spells, and they weren't even guaranteed to function. Yeah, you need to crit it, otherwise it doesn't work. Like defibrillators, you're just like, see if it works. Nope, try again. Imagine if they made it so like they like just hear me out here. Imagine if they removed Swift Cast, just deleted it, changed rest to be a regular GCD, like just 2.5 second cast time. They might even reduce the cost, like maybe just make it 1000 MP or something. But they changed it to there's a 25% chance that the person actually stands back up when you use it. Oh, that sounds really like that's a chaos incarnate. But it would be kind of funny. the invincibility becomes 1 minute, or until you do something. Oh, we still can't exit. Oh, I still have slow. I'm here like, why is my GCD taking so long? I thought I killed it before Void Blizzard. But just consider that for a second. Imagine if res wasn't actually guaranteed to work. What would that do to Final Fantasy XIV? If res wasn't guaranteed to work. And if it was made a regular GCD, it would be like, I mean, it takes about as long to rest someone as it takes to hardcast a res as it stands right now, like in current Final Fantasy XIV. Imagine toxicity? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I could picture that players would be like, nah, I don't rest players. It never works anyway. Some players are like that with RNG. They focus more on the fact that they don't crit that often. And go, well, I basically never crit. And then they see that. That's also a probability thing. And go, might as well not bother. I'm not going to land it anyway. Is there only one mob left on the floor? Oh yeah, Babis, we could make it even worse. Res has only a 25% chance of connecting and working. And also, when someone receives the res, they're immediately put back on their feet. Like, they don't get to, say, accept or decline res. They just, like, they don't have the screen that blacks out either. They just straight up just do the animation of raising up instantly. That's a new spawn. Why is the exit not open yet? I've killed everything on the floor, and after this guy, it'll be +1. Excuse me? Can I go? Space Pirate says, I don't like the idea of rest changing. Oh, definitely not. It would also be incredibly awkward to balance, wouldn't it? There's them immediately right on top of an insta-kill mechanic about to go up. Yeah, exactly, stonks. Hey, Chili Taters. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly. Like, then you're repeatedly trying to cast res on them. And when it finally goes through, like, a knockback is about to happen. That strikes through res invuln. They just get up. No. Dead. Cinnamon says, I was farming, quote-unquote, Extreme 3 yesterday as Red Mage, and Ninja died, and I watched what felt like a whole minute as the two healers did not rest him. I had to be the one to rest him instead. Yikes. You know, it's particularly egregious when it's a full minute. Like, you basically stood there like, I mean, there is no chance that neither of you have Swift cast at this point. I've been looking at you this entire time. You have to have either wasted Swift cast on something, or you both have it and just can't be bothered. Oh yeah, Red Mage. Well, see, the thing is, Ian, the Red Mage resing someone is more costly in general than a healer doing it. Because the red mage's GCD is generally worth more potency than a healer's potency. So 1 GCD for the red mage is more valuable than 1 GCD for even the white mage. And white mage has particularly high damage on their GCD. I believe, I guess, Sage as well, but you get what I mean. Furthermore, healers, assuming they're not like spamming out heals like crazy, will have a I would say they have a better capacity to recover MP once like the danger passes. Whereas the red mage has only lucid dreaming. And once lucid dreaming is spent, that's it. Uh-oh. Sometimes I feel like I only have Lucid when I'm playing Scholar. Well, I mean, it's close. Part of the problem is that healers can... Like, if they just spam their GCD... Like, their GCD filler attack all the time, and then, like, just alternate their dot when they have to. Generally speaking, that costs... Bruh. Good thing I didn't step in this before. That would have been immediate death. Healers spend about 9,600 MP per minute. And if they have slightly higher GCD, like they have 2.4 GCD, then they spend 10,000. All jobs, like baseline, no piety, recover 4,000 MP per minute. That's pretty good. But not enough, as you can figure. Lucid Dreaming adds 3,850 to that equation. That's still not enough. And then you have the job-specific things. For instance, Scholar has Etherflow, which adds 2,000 every minute. If your GCD is actually 2.40, then you spend 10,000, like at least 10,000 MP per minute. Assuming you're always casting, which, you know, optimally you should. And Scholar, using all of the tools it has at its disposal, will generate... It will generate 9,850 MP. You might realize what the problem is there, because 10,000 is more than 9,850. Is that a problem? Probably not. You start the fight with 10,000 MP. So as long as you don't chew through all of it, it doesn't matter that you're technically MP negative. Right? Did a healer steal MP? You know, Space Pirate, healers used to be able to... Uh-oh. Oh, I dodged. Easy. Just dodge them out. You see the scary attack? You know what you do about it? You just dodge. Galaxy brain time. You just don't get hit. You don't have to step out of the telegraphs, just don't get hit. But before Shadowbringers, Space Pirate, all mages, meaning red and black mage, and summoner, specifically, all mage DPS jobs had access to the role action called Mana Shift, which does probably what you can imagine it does. It takes 20% of your MP and gives it, like, 20% of your actual MP, like your max MP, and just hands it to the other person. The primary purpose of this was to give to your healer, because healer's MP recovery was balanced around this possibility that you could receive MP from your mage. Like, that was part of the balance. At that time, which is Stormblood, Piety increased your max MP, not your MP recovery. Which meant that if you had a lot of Piety, it just meant that you had slightly, like, you had capacity to hold slightly more MP. It didn't mean you'd gain more MP. Not in the broad strokes, anyway. Like, Azai's would give you more MP, I guess, but not that big of a deal, is it? Oh, we have a party room. Wonderful. But when they removed Mana Shift and Refresh, which was ranged physical jobs, had a role action that basically was it was temporary, like it wasn't like a constant thing, but it was basically like an aura you used for a bit that pulsed MP region. That was removed as well. So when they removed all these things, they of course balanced healer MP recovery around the fact that they now didn't rely on everyone else giving them MP. They just had it built in. Does Sage go MP negative with the 7% they get from using Adder Skull? Well, no. But that's assuming that you're, like, again, that's assuming that your GCD is 2.40, and if you're playing Sage, your GCD is probably not 2.40, because Sage doesn't really like spell speed that much. But if it was 2.40, then baseline, the Adder Skull you get from just, you know, existing, adds up to 21% MP, which is 2,100, which would mean that you would recover 9,950 per minute. But Ritsumata gives you +1 extra Adder Skull every 90 seconds, assuming you use it on cooldown. And that is enough to bring you over 10k. Gives you like bit more than 200 extra MP every minute on average, I think. It's a bit more than that. 2/3 of 700. Space Pirate says, it sounds like a cool game element was removed from the game. See, the thing is, and you have probably heard about me and others talking about this before, a lot of things in the game that basically either required or heavily incentivized, like, helping each other, has been removed. When they removed these interactions that I just mentioned, all these that I just listed with Mana Shift and Refresh and all those things, they also removed things such as the fact that ranged physical jobs, used to have a role action called Palisade, which reduced physical damage taken by 20% for 10 seconds, but could not be used on yourself. Which basically means that you could read it as give your tank an extra defensive cooldown. Which means that it was kind of pointless if you didn't have a tank. Right? But that was also removed. In late Endwalker, I believe, was also when they... Wasn't that when they made Nature's Min AoE? Bard's Nature's Min? Used to be single target. Slightly stronger, but single target. Bruh. I was drinking a potion. But basically you can see all these things that used to be like incentivized teamwork. In one way or another. Gradually were like filtered out in a way. Oh, this is not a fun floor. I don't really want a Serenity. Oh, right. First thing I try to do is use an ability on the no abilities floor. I just want to know where the exit is. But yeah, it's the same as with how they removed like tank stances as something to actually interact with. You might be saying, well, you can interact with the tank stance. Not really. Not in the way you used to. Like, as I've mentioned before, there was a time where the tank stance was like, that was something you could turn on. But you also had a damage stance that did more damage. Which would be better. If you know, didn't need the benefits of the tank stance. The same cleric stance also. Thank you, Jim. And hope you're doing well. And also Delane. I think I missed you coming in earlier. Hope you're doing well as well. But yes, exactly. These kinds of features have been simplified out. But for the case of tank stance and damage stance, I would actually say there's a much better reasoning for that. Because I've said this before, but broadly speaking, or actually not even broadly speaking, literally, once you started to optimize, the tank stance was the group's problem. Not the tank's problem. Like, enmity wasn't actually the tank's responsibility. It was everyone else's. The tank just set up like an initial bit. They might do something like use like a provoke juggle with Shirk and Provoke to like magnify their potency, which they could do. But generally, it was actually everyone else's responsibility to use their abilities to stay under the tank. Which means that DPS jobs had these weird abilities that said reduces enmity. That they were supposed to understand and use and know about when it was like the tank who needed them to do it so that the tank could hold aggro, right? They removed all of that with Shadowbringers. Which is also where they removed refresh and mana shift. So like, on and on and on. Point is, a lot of things in Final Fantasy XIV have basically been removed, I would say, it is partly because a large portion of the player base don't find that kind of stuff fun. And the players that do find it fun find the game in general, I think, fun enough that they just go, oh well, and then just continue playing anyway. Hey Jake, hope you're doing well. And the key is that they will continue playing anyway. So there's no need to add this complicated system that a lot of other players don't like, when the players that like it don't really mind if it's not there. It's just, oh, okay, then I guess we don't do that. Like, it's not entirely accurate, but I would say that there is some merit to the fact that I would say that if you go into an old duty synced, more precisely, a Stormblood or older duty synced, I would wager that you might notice that the DPS checks are much, much nicer than in Shadowbringers or Endwalker. Some part of it, 100%, is power creep. Absolutely. No question on that one. But some percentage is also the fact that in Stormblood, you couldn't just go full blast unless everyone knew what they were doing. And if you didn't, then it meant the tank had to basically pop the brakes and switch to tank stance. And when they switched to tank stance, they did less damage. I have to refresh it anyway, I think. How much do you think the WoW Exodus affected gameplay, at least the community perception of gameplay? I don't know. I would say that a reasonably large portion of the WoW player base probably didn't care either which way. Like, they did, like... I would say that in some capacity, Final Fantasy XIV has grown further away from WoW rather than closer. So I don't think the WoW Exodus is the reason why we've gotten the changes that we got. Ugh. Yeah, exactly, Delane. Basically... Ow. That's an unfair tick. Basically, when A Realm Reborn was released, it was, you know, initially designed with the what are the successful MMOs doing? WoW was really successful at the time A Realm Reborn came out, right? So they actually played, like, they played World of Warcraft. You can see this reflected, for instance, in the way Coils of Bahamut is designed. While it isn't like one big raid, it's like pieces split up. It has sections that is just trash packs. Like straight up just trash packs. Which is normal for WoW raids, to just have sections of trash packs as part of the experience. And you can also see that gradual move away from what WoW's doing. Because you can see how first Alexander they had a little bit of, you know, entry trash pack. Like they had like a door boss in normal even. And then like they moved further and further and further away from that. And by Stormblood, they just didn't have trash packs in a raid. You'd have it in like Alliance raids. Another thing that I've heard is that in A Realm Reborn, you actually had to go to the entrance of a duty to enter it. Meaning, if you wanted to run Kotter's Cry, you had to go over to where Kotter's Cry is, and then put a group together. And you had to, at minimum, be in the zone. Again, that's how it at least was in World of Warcraft. There's a chance for 2 lines. That's how it was for some time in World of Warcraft. Exactly, Mandalore. They moved the trash packs into essentially like the story content before a boss. And then like that would be where the trash would be if it was there at all. And flying didn't exist yet, did it? Not in A Realm Reborn. In Heaven's Ward, flying was added. With the ether currents and all that. As you know. Let's see. You see this? You see this? It looked like this. Here. Like this many. Here. And I'm pretty sure they were in more annoying spaces than they are now. Like you actually had to find them. Then in Stormblood, didn't do it. Like for those that came into Final Fantasy XIV in Endwalker, food for thought. Flying in A Realm Reborn zones, and in general, which is not on this page, of course, was added randomly during Endwalker. The story went that they didn't have the time to go back and make the A Realm Reborn zones flyable. And you might say, isn't it as easy as just letting people fly there? Let's just say that if they have a mountain out in the distance, and they know you can't see it from up here, they'll just draw the part you can see from down here. Which is going to look very problematic when you suddenly can fly and can see the mountain from up here. Or maybe even fly into the mountain. So they have to do that part. Was it an end of Shadowbringers thing? It might have been added in Shadowbringers. It's been a while. Might have been late Shadowbringers then. I feel like it was Endwalker. It's been a long time. My bad. Same deal. The story that we were given is similar to the story with the hats on Viera and Hrothgar, which was that initially there was basically no hats they could wear, but some developers found some time to at least get a bunch of hats to work. Like, they just did that on the side for free, effectively. Flying in A Realm Reborn was the same. There's just some people that were like, we can do that. I have some time on Sunday. I'll do that. And then they added it when it was there. They didn't, like, plan to do that. It was just, well, we have it now, I guess, so here you go. Which is also probably the reason why there's a lot of flat surfaces in a Realm Reborn areas that look like you can stand on them, but you can't. Because they were designed to be looked at, not stood on. Spacepirate says, I still disagree with some things. Coils are less about DPS checks and more about health gauge percentages, certain mechanics happening at certain health values. That is also a World of Warcraft thing. It's a common World of Warcraft thing. In Final Fantasy XIV, the closer you get to today in content, the less likely a boss is going to skip anything due to HP thresholds. They might skip some things, like if there's a special phase or something, but generally they will do everything in order, and if you can kill them really fast, they just won't. And yeah, we made it another set of flaws really in. Personally, I kind of like the health percentage style of boss. Hawk Manor Hard will disagree with you. Hawk Manor Hard is a really old duty. That's what I said. I didn't say they fixed all of the duties to not have health percentage things. I said that the newer duties don't have them. But I like health percentage thresholds. Because it means that the boss designer, like the boss fight designer, can be like, they can put the highlight mechanics at specific health thresholds and go, well, they're definitely going to see this. And then, like, the less significant mechanics can be the space in between that happens afterwards. Or they can just have, like, more, like, kinda filler loops of things in between. Like, that's also something that can happen. But having mechanics on specific health thresholds mean that there's a relatively high chance that this mechanic is going to happen. Sometimes the way they do it is that they have the boss do the mechanic after a set amount of time, but if they drop down below a certain health threshold before that, they will skip to it once they're done with whatever it is that they're doing. An example of this is Seed of Sacrifice Extreme. Every time that the boss finishes a sequence of mechanics, like he will start a mechanic, and that isn't just one thing, it'll be like, oh, I have this and this and this and this. Then he will check, have I passed a certain HP threshold? And if he has, then he will start this thing. If he has not, then he will start a new thing. And notably, he will start that thing with the information, and then you have to tank LB after, like, at a certain HP threshold. But you can skip the whole thing because he spent so long on this set of mechanics that if you're fast enough, you can skip the whole thing. Same thing with Wicked Thunder, yes. Skip that last mechanic? I'm not sure which mechanic that is. I feel like often the first alliance raid in Dawntrail, you see everything plus loops on top. Endwalker Alliance raid. Ah, right. Okay, yeah, exactly. That one would probably have been pretty good to have as a as an HP threshold thing. I remember the lindworms are not super fun. Can't remember if it was the actual crocodiles. Or the shoes. Hey, be kind. Hope you're doing well, and welcome to the game. I can't remember. Are the lindworms dangerous? Is there something I'm missing? Inworms are fine. Okay. Hey, Kixerax. Hope you're doing well. I thought I could remember. Wow. 2 mimics so far. Fun. Yeah, the problem is, Vabi, is I can't remember which things are the dangerous ones. I remember it's either the crocs or the crocodiles, and the crocs are the ones that look like a croc shoe. And I can't remember if the tursas are dangerous. So you can see, because I remember there's one of them in each pair, it's a little problematic for me. Oh, the exit is right there. Bruh. Well, that makes sense, Nox. They would probably be the ones that find it entertaining. I guess it is the crocs that are that are the dangerous ones then, because that critical bite I remember making fun of many times previously when I was on this set. And the Dawntrail deep dungeon would be like. Were we promised a deep dungeon? I thought we were promised one of those like open field areas. Or did we get promised both? Plans for new deep dungeons. Thank you, Erdel. Yeah, I think what makes me go, did they actually promise that? Is the fact that I don't know how fair of an assessment this is, but I got the impression that not that many players actually did Eureka Authors. Jose Rothguide, hope you're doing well. Ain't a Ruru. Bro, are you kidding me? You know, the funniest part about this is this patrolling Terz is just like, nope, I don't see anything. Meanwhile, there's just mayhem happening in the corner of the room. Like, let me see over here. Nope, I don't see anything in this tiny corner of the room. There's no combat here. Right, if I just ignore the battle happening in the other side of the room, maybe they'll just leave me be. Yes, that's a good ow. Might as well grab another one while I might have some resistance building on that. Yeah, that sounds about right, Jim. The main reason why I was like, did they actually promise us a deep dungeon? Is exactly because I was like, I'm just thinking of Eureka Authors, like, this is going to be a very skewed question. Because this is a Palace of the Dead stream, obviously people who might be interested in Eureka Authors would also be interested in Palace of the Dead, right? But how many actually tried Eureka Authors? With the follow-up being how many did Eureka Authors? I didn't finish Eureka Authors. I tried it a few times, but I never finished. The group I went with, like, we tried a few times. I would lean on the possibility that it was a little too hard, actually. Specifically for the squad that I had put together at the time. It might not be too hard now, but it felt a little too hard. So we eventually just stopped trying. Oh, it's kind of says I finished it once. Oh, okay. But I mean, like, if everyone, like every player, tried Eureka Authors at least once and was like, that's pretty good, then it's probably like successful, like good enough. Right? Like, it doesn't have to be, like, that's the thing, is that Savage is probably even, like, if you really think about it, Savage might actually be more niche content, than Deep Dungeons. If we're going to be completely honest, it could be. I would be shocked if it was, but it's perfectly possible. Like, most people will do normal raid, most people will do the alliance raid, but how much of a percentage of the player base actually does Savage? And if that's what Deep Dungeons are competing with, then suddenly it makes a lot better sense that they're like, oh yeah, we're going to add a deep dungeon, we're going to add this, and we're going to add that, because all of these things are content that, in some capacity, feels more approachable than Savage for some people. There isn't some sort of gear requirement to enter. You can technically do it all alone if you want. I'm a little bit good on time. I want to check that chest. It's probably also a mimic with my luck. And yeah, exactly, Fenrir Kaiser. That's also what I experienced, is that... see, the thing is, I do want to highlight that when we did Eureka Authors, my team was Sip, which, you know, one of my mods, and Tessa, which is Greensville here on YouTube, much smaller channel, but it's a friend, and Natsu. They're all in the free company. And at the time, and that of course comes with the implication that a lot have changed, at the time Natsu was a lot less confident in their ability, and generally speaking was too slow to react to most of these kinds of like do or die mechanics. But Natsu has since, like, after that, there was a time where they just on their own decided, well, I want to participate in that Golbez Extreme stream proc you're doing every so often. So I watched a guide, I practiced in Party Finder for a bit, and I'm actually about caught up to the point where you guys are at. And Natsu performed really well, which is like my way of saying, I'm pretty sure that the order of business was that the Golbez thing happened after, and we might be fine to do Eureka Authors now. But at the time, it basically meant that I had trouble with actually putting together a team. Also, hey Toxic, hey Fem, hope you're doing well. Also that, Rothkind, it basically has no time limit on when you can do it in terms of deep dungeons. It'll always be sort of relevant. The only potential issue you could run into is like if other players lose interest in it, I guess. Like that's the worst that could happen, is that you can't find a group. That's okay, Fib. Hope you're doing well. I don't actually want to use the alteration. Not a big fan of mimics anymore. Where's the exit? Is it up there and I can't see it? What's going on? Is Heaven on High or Palace of the Dead the most popular deep dungeon? I would guess that Heaven on High would be the more popular of the two. But I would also suppose that Palace of the Dead is the one that is being run more, because it is more accessible. Right? Like, that one is something that can be run extremely early. And it is also a lot easier for the first, like, 100 floors. Whereas Heaven on High gets harder a lot quicker. Freerin disapproves. The treasure! There could be a book in it. Necromancer's more prestigious. Yeah. Also that, I think part of the reason for that is that simply because of that extra time investment, a lot less people bother with... Are you kidding me? With solo Palace of the Dead? But I could be wrong about that. I can say for me personally, the only reason why I went, I'll try Palace of the Dead solo, is because it's the first one. And I like to do things in order. Affluence. Both Heaven on High and Palace of the Dead are accessible on the free trial. Well, in fairness, Palace of the Dead has been accessible on the free trial for way longer than Heaven on High. So that could impact that. I love fighting mobs in a tight corridor. What are you? Serenity. Also, hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Do we know anything about the relic weapons, or did we just assume they'll be in the explosion zones we know we're getting? We don't know. Aha! You've been poisoned! On your right, there is the cure right on the table there. What? Yep. You doing this again? Yep. Slow day? Yep. It's surprisingly common, I feel like. Then on the other hand, it's also one of those where it's like you notice it every time it happens. And then you just don't think too hard about it when it doesn't happen. But it is incredibly funny whenever there's like, oh, there's a new flaw. Let's try staying behind it on its AoE. Okay. Oh yeah, because that baits it to AoE behind it as well. It's that boy! It's Third Leg Man! Miss! Ah, maybe next time. Ah, shucks, I missed. Wait, they're exactly where I need them to be to hit them with my back swipe. Ah, I'll get them this time. Ah, I missed. Ah, wow, now they're exactly where they need to be for my back swipe. Ah, I missed. You feel like you're going in circles here, buddy? No, what are you talking about? No, I missed. I fired, and I missed. I swung my tail again. I missed. What are you? Flight. I used an affluence. That was not a flight. Well, now we have used an affluence. I ate a popsicle. Passed out in the snow. I woke up. I reloaded. Fired and I missed. I fired and I fired again. I missed. I missed both times. Pick up the snowball. Packed it into my gun. That's my secret weapon. I fired the snowball. Missed. The Widowmaker version. I only know the Game Grumps version. It's a classic. I fired and I missed. Nope. Denied. What was that? Did that drop from an enemy? It's angled weird. Did that drop from an enemy? What are you? Sight. Hey, wait, money. Hope you're doing well. What is the best way to get into the savage raiding scene? My advice, if you've never savage raided before, so you don't know if you don't know for sure if it's something you're actually interested in, would be try and join. So first of all, try and make sure your gear's up to the task. I would recommend consider that there's both crafted gear and specifically augmented crafted gear, which is item level 720. You want that if you can. It just takes a little bit of farming to get that. Make sure that you've done your homework in that regard, so you're not under-geared for your first go. And it's not under-geared to be 720, it's just that at this point, it is considered relatively easy to get 720, so people will expect you to have it. Ow. Once you have that, my suggestion would be try and join a party finder group for M1S, which is the first Savage boss in the current raid tier, and see if you like that. The difficult part is if the group you get is a little bad, it might impact your potential enjoyment of the content. So try to focus on whether you enjoy the actual duty. Enjoy the act of figuring out and understanding these complex puzzles that are Savage bosses. If you do, then your next step, absolutely 100%, should be to look to get into, for instance, a static. If you prefer to raid in a static, some players straight up prefer to raid in Party Finder because it gives them more flexibility. They're not quote-unquote stuck with a group that might be not strong enough, that might not be on their skill level. They have the freedom to just leave if a group isn't good enough. Also, thank you, Erdel. That also will help. I have a video on getting into Savage. It is from Endwalker though, so some of the advice might have to go, okay, so what's the Dawntrail equivalent? Do statics prefer experience? I mean, statics, it depends on the static. Each static is different. But obviously, if a static is recruiting, they would probably if they had two of the same job applying, and they're equally awesome personality-wise, but one of them is stronger, has better gear, more experience, then they'll choose the one with more experience, obviously. Hey, Shaq, hope you're doing well. So in that aspect, yes, they do prefer if you have experience, but it's not a requirement. What you have to look for is a static that matches your preferences. But once you know that you're interested in Savage raiding, you can go from there. Once you know that you want to Savage raid, you can look for a static. How do you go about finding a static is a different story. There are many ways to go about it. I believe there's a Reddit, there's a subreddit for recruitment. there are also Discord servers specifically for like recruitment and that kind of stuff. Also like almost like advanced party finder discords, you could say. Sometimes you can also find a static straight up in game. But I do believe I say this in that Are You Ready for Savage video. Actually getting into a static can be a harder thing than Savage raiding. If that makes any sense. Like, genuinely, finding the static for you can be like a static encounter in and of itself. So if you're finding it difficult to find a static, that's normal. That's perfectly normal. And if you've been, maybe you've gotten interested in Savage raiding by watching me go through Savage on stream. And there it might have seemed like a static just kind of appeared around me. Which makes it seem a little, like, skewed. If I'm like, oh yeah, it's really hard to find a static, and then I just, like, just produce one. But the challenge there is that, like, I basically grabbed people that I knew were decent and made a static. And if you make your own, then suddenly you have a... Oh, right, I want to get behind you. Can I make it? Yay! But making your own static comes with its own challenges, especially if you don't know players, right? So that's another step of it. Is that you could make your own, but then you're the leader. And if you're new to Savage, that might be pretty difficult. Exactly, Ham. Not everyone just has players interested in doing Savage idle next to their house. And even if they did, I mean, there's a possibility that they're not interested in joining you. So there's a lot to it. But my suggestion would be, make sure your gear is decent, at least 720 in all slots. You don't need that, but if you want to be sure you're like slightly over-prepared rather than slightly under-prepared. Then do that. See, my point is that I've done normal and I feel like it's not giving me the information needed for Savage. Oh, yeah, no. If the highest content you've done is normal raid, then my suggestion would actually be start by trying some of the current extreme trials. That is Varigamander, Everkeep, and Interphos. Try those, see if you enjoy that, because extreme is like... essentially like the entry-level hard content, you could say. I don't remember if Otsanodan is dangerous. We'll fight you first. That's fair. Wait, Money. It's not easy to figure out these things. The game isn't that obvious about how the different difficulties work. But yeah, like the difficulty scaling past what I would refer to as casual difficulty content, and have referred to as casual difficulty content, is the first thing that is no longer casual difficulty content is extreme. Then you have Savage, and then you have things like ultimates. Unreal typically is seen as going below extreme. So that one can be a little bit difficult to place in some capacity. It depends on which fight is Unreal at the moment, so that one can be really difficult to determine. Like right now, the current Unreal is apparently incredibly easy. But yeah, that would be my suggestion. Try the current extremes. See if you like that. If no, then you didn't get too invested. And if you do enjoy it, then you could farm that for a bit. See like if you like it in like that much. Doesn't have to be like that. And then you can go on to Savage. See, like, as I said, try and do it in Party Finder. Just try it once to see if that's what you want before you join a static. Because if you go and join a static and then you find out that you don't like it, you might feel like you're letting down the team by leaving them again after joining them. So you might suddenly feel stuck. That is like my advice of try it without a static first is for your sake. Not to be like, oh yeah, well, you need to know if you're up to the task before you go into a static. Rather, you need to know if you want to be up to the task. Oh my! Everybody put your hands in the air! It's the Dino Party. And then there's also that, like, beast creatures. Items unavailable. Not a big fan of that. I feel like, as I stand right now, the reason why I can get away with not, like, dying to things is because I have items. So I'm gonna say no to that for now. Maybe if I had like a steel or a strength running, I would have felt more okay. How do you avoid wrist pain from long hours of play? Some do it with a special mouse pad. Also, welcome back to the Cult of the Pink, Ridleyan. Thank you so much for the support. Are you kidding me? You dropped a mimic. I call shenanigans, is what I do. That's not fair. Oh, no, I died. Oh, shame that I dropped my treasure. Oh, man, I hope he doesn't open it. Oh, that would really suck if he stole my treasure. Oh, man. The treasure being a mimic. He swallowed a mimic. Oh, yeah. Watch this also be a mimic. Okay. The way, yeah, also that, Gleaming, some people avoid the wrist pain issues by taking breaks. The way I do it is that I've been playing PC, like playing PC games, mouse and keyboard all the time since I was like 10. I don't know if like I've grown specifically to have resistance to it or something, but I've just not ever had problems with it. At least not yet. At least not yet. My treasure, my beloved pet mimic. Run! My pet, you must flee! You must survive! You know, the funniest part about that, Chili Taters, is that I do recall in my last run through Palace of the Dead, like my last attempt, we actually had that. Like on one floor, if I remember correctly, we had a mimic. Like just straight up a mimic. And then somewhere else, there was a mob defending a chest. That mob dropped a chest, if I remember correctly, which was a mimic. And the treasure it was guarding was also a mimic. And I can't remember which one of those treasures also was a mimic. Like, which one of those mimics also was a mimic. But if I remember correctly, it was like 4 mimics on one floor. Which is always a hoot. Like, it's those floors where, like, I just need to get out of here. Like, this floor hates me. Oh, we found the exit. Marvelous. I should have sprinted first. The Russian nesting mimic. Yeah, exactly, Zalization. Hope you're doing well. Liv says, for me, using a controller makes my hands hurt more than using mouse and keyboard. I like to, like, I'm sure that isn't it, but I like to, like, smash cut to, like, Monster Hunter claw grip for that one. Yeah. Yeah, though, that's also one that happened, Bits. I can't remember if that was the floor, but that was indeed that. Mimic, and then there was a bomb in that one. It's just, as my final act. Take this! Just thanks. After that hard-won fight and getting my finally getting to my loot, it's just a bomb. Thanks. How to avoid wrist pain? High mouse sensitivity? Really? Is that necessary? It's because, like, if you have low sensitivity, you have to keep, like, raising and placing the mouse? Behold your reward! Pain! Behold! What's this? Another steel. Ah, for a second I thought that corpse spawned. Classic WoW grip, where you hold the mouse sideways. Why? What? What? Why would that be classic WoW grip to hold the mouse sideways? Huh? Huh? What? Is the classic WoW grip just a small desk? Small desk syndrome? So you just have to have your mouse in front of the keyboard because you didn't have space? Is that the classic WoW grip? Avoid wrist pain by playing with your feet. Ah, that's now we're thinking with portals. It's Gigabrain time. Just don't use your wrist. You have thumb on left and pointer on right. Oh, because you use right click more? What? Huh? Huh? I'm still confused. That sounds incredibly, like, unnecessarily complicated. Your hand comes off the mouse often? Yeah, if you're writing a message. It's still kind of weird to me. But okay. You're right that that there is something about it being, I believe it's called ergonomics. Like it's better for your hand to rest in the way that it would be when it's holding a drink. That's also why there are like sideways mice like that, to like make use of that little fact. But yeah, I would say you need a specific kind of mouse for that to be good. If you start like trying to use your mouse that is made to be held like, you know, like this, sideways, that's going to be a nightmare. Are you serious? Another floor that says no items and also less HP. Wonderful, thanks. Where's the exit? I don't want to be here. I would like to leave. I would like to leave. At least you gave me this. Palace of the Dead has given Caetsu a kite hole. It's my donut of safety. Dun, 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 dun. What are you? Steel. Aw. I don't think the exit is there. Let's hope the exit is in this direction. No! I forgot to interrupt the music? Mukin? It's kiting around that hole, the Palace of the Dead Mario Kart? Yes? I'm gonna go with yes. Excuse me? Okay. Just get mad for no reason. I was just touching your treasure. Yeah, a good ratio between your chair and desk height is very good. In fact, speaking of standing desk, this is a standing desk that I never used to stand at because I'm flat-footed. So it hurt my feet when I stand for a long time. But having a standing desk means that you can perfectly adjust it to the height that works best for you and your chair. Like, you can call it a standing desk, but you can also call it a customizable height desk. Oh, we still can't exit. What are you? Sight. Dink. Bonk. Pong. Ow. Ow. What did you just stop and stand there for? What was that? Were you surprised that I lived? Huh. Usually they're dead after I do that move. Back to the drawing table, I suppose. Dink. Ow. Primordial bark. Woof. Ruff. You did cast primordial bark and it just plays the sound of like a dog barking. Like, what are you doing, audio man? Well, it said bark. What do you want me to do? It said bark. That's your fault. You named it weird. Woof, but like ancient sounding. No, don't woof. Woof. Thank you, Aridil. Now we can leave. And you were right, the sight thing. Yeah, that's the same for me, Darth. It's just my feet that do it instead. Boink. And boink. And swig of that. And then this. Boink. Then I cast Fireball. Wham! Wham! Ow. Wham! Ow. Wham! I don't think I made that. Oh, I did! Fantastic! What? As an awkward time for that. I was hoping to pull you back a little bit. Just a little bit. But I didn't make it. I didn't make it. I didn't make it. Ow. You also have flat feet. And it sucks. And for those that don't know what flat-footed means, it means you walk funny. If you want to know how funny, let's just say that on my medical papers it says that I have a Chaplin gun, or that it is known as Chaplin gun. And if you know Charlie Chaplin, then you probably know like, you can kind of see what kind of imagery that provokes, at the very least. Obviously, that way of walking is slightly exaggerated, but that's the idea. You walk, like, some level of sideways with your feet. I was fated to become a comedian. And for those going Chaplin Gang, how does that become that? Well, it kind of means Chaplin step. I'm not making it. Ow. At least they don't want you to army as much. That's correct. That is correct. A doctor looked at me for like 3 seconds, looked at my feet and said, "How interested are you in the army?" Don't really care, right? I'll write no on this piece of paper then. Yeah, exactly. It's probably related to the word gate. A gate. Whoops. Run. I'm coming back. Hey, remember me? Ow. Don't douse yourself. I say nay. No dousing. Charger. Agent Monica says there's no I in team, but there's 6 eyes in. Screw it. I don't care how big the room is. I cast Fireball. Wait, really? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, there is it. Yeah. Is it like 1, 2, 3, 4? 1, 2, 3. Oh, isn't there 5 eyes in that? That's kind of even funnier. Because I can just see someone do that. 6 eyes in that. Let me just... Wait a minute, are there not 5 more? Oh, right. For some reason, I didn't count the eye in Fireball. Man with a math degree can't count. Well, in my defense, usually when you get deeper into math, you become really bad at counting, but really good at doing complicated math. It's a classic. That says, I'm always curious to know how many people make Fireball room size memes and actually know why that's a thing. Well, let's just say that when I played through a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 with Sip, we haven't finished yet, we have to get back to that sometime. Once I got Fireball on my Warlock, and I also had Action Surge, I would sometimes just throw 2 of them, just to start the fight right, you know. It is incredible how effective 1 Fireball is, but you know how effective 2 Fireballs are. Eventually, like, crowd control can be better, but if you can kill something with Fireball, then what do you need crowd control for? In 2nd edition, the damage reflected in on itself, so you would do XD6 times 2 or 3 damage to yourself and allies. Strange. Ever heard of Big Fireball? Is that Flare Star? It says something that helped me a lot with wrist stuff that doesn't require new furniture is arm healthy sleep. Just make an effort to go to bed in a position that lets your arm sit fully neutrally. That's a good idea. Fireball had to affect the same number of spaces. If there wasn't room, it affected the same space multiple times. I mean, that makes sense. I would say it kind of makes sense, because it would be like the concentration of the like the explosion is so and so big, but if there isn't space for the explosion, like it just gets caught in there. Brandon just reminds me of that one ley lines macro, the Yu-Gi-Oh one. I'm about to put down my ley lines! I have now put down my ley lines! My ley lines have now finished. I'll do this again in 90 seconds. How does that work now that it has 2 charges? I'll do this twice, and then again in 60 seconds, and then in 90 seconds. Ley lines in attack mode. I flip my spell card. Ley lines. I lay down my ley lines. Right. Let's review here real quick. Wolves are really scary. Anzus are a death sentence. Anything else? The Sasquatches are really difficult. Should only be done with steel or with things like burst and sprint. I feel like most of the enemies on this list is like, oh yeah, by the way, you should probably kite them. And that's true, Ham. If you actually use ley lines back to back, you can run into the issue that retrace has a cooldown. But as far as I'm aware, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. But wouldn't it make more sense to not use both ley lines back to back? Like, if you hold your second ley line, then you could use it, like, shortly before the next 2-minute burst. And then you can use the next one shortly before the next 2-minute burst. Like, you can do that repeatedly. You would even be able to, like, use an extra one at some other, like, you'd have an extra one for, like, if you wanted to odd-minute gem draft. You could use your ley lines there. And it wouldn't even have to be odd-minute ley line. You could straight up just, like, use your gem draft on cooldown, like 4.5 minutes on the dot, and then just put down your ley lines to match. Like, if you're proccing on a fight, that can sometimes be a thing, because if you do that, you'll have an additional gem draft on the 9th minute, or 10th minute. And if it's all the same to you, whether you burst on 4.5 minutes or 5 minutes, you know. Replacement lost. Thanks. Boink. There's also the whole pendulum creatures thing, isn't there, Bits? Which is sort of like a spell, and then also kind of not. Right? I think. Hey, bear. Rage. Where's the exit? I don't know. But you are getting a slap. And guess what? Hey, Snowclops. High five! He didn't high five, that's why he died. There's a fun trick on melee with rage. What trick is that? Do you heal from a bloodbath? It's just a random guess. That would be really funny. It's true damage. Or unique damage. So it would... Oh boy. You do heal. That is really something. They call me the Minesweeper. That is pretty funny, and that would be immensely helpful. Something that, like, I think I made a point of this when I did the 4-man Palace of the Dead run, like a stream many months ago, that we would consistently have the tank be the one using rage, because if it, like, among the a party of a tank, 2 DPS, and a healer, because we just chose a balanced team for safety reasons. That was alteration, right? The tank would be the one that most effectively would be able to take the kickback before the healer could heal them, if needed at all. And it was exactly because sometimes the mobs will just give you a smack before you can smack them. And that adds up while you can't use your potions. Oh, racing. Sweet. I should have used one of those earlier. And by early, I mean on the first floor. Flight, why not? What made you pursue a math degree? I like numbers, and I had a really, really good math teacher at gymnasium, which is in Denmark what comes before becomes before university. So, like, it was primarily that I like numbers, but it certainly helped that I had a very inspiring teacher. Stop going back around those pillars. It's really confusing. No, what are you doing? Why? Stop this. Why am I slow now? in a strange way, for like just to add to that, while I went to Gymnasium, I was in a raid team in World of Warcraft. And like my raid leader, among others, recognized that I was pretty good at math, numbers. So whenever something needed to be calculated in some way or another, they would ask me to do it. And they would, like, they trusted whatever I came up with. Like, whatever numbers I cooked up, that was what we were going to do. Like, that was the plan. Which, of course, is also a good way to, like, learn that, oh, math is fun. So you could say that my raid leader at that time was also a part of why. $32.33 repeating, of course. Yep. A particular case was that there was a boss in the raid tier we were in where it was common to single tank it. I believe it was called, the boss was called THOK, fuck, with TH. You probably understand why I spelled that out. But it only required one tank. So the question was, because of mechanics in the fight, was it better to have the extra player, like the additional non-tank player, because normally you'd have two tanks. Yeah, the big T-Rex, yes. Was it better to have an extra healer in that slot or an extra DPS? And the argument being that the amount of time you got to burst on the boss relied on how much healing you could do in some capacity. So the question was, how much time does that extra healer have to add to our burst time before it is better to bring an extra healer over an extra DPS? And then I sat down and crunched those numbers and came back and said, nah, it's better to have an extra healer. And we then brought an extra healer and beat it that next session. Like, that next raid night was when we beat it, if I remember correctly. So that was my math that helped us prog. Again, like, having something you like and find interesting be useful is very helpful to inspire you to, like, pursue something. Like, in a way, the thing that inspired me to do math was because it makes me better understand the games that I like. Hey, Cat. Hope you're doing well. What's this? What this? Intuition. If it's on the way. What? At least one of those treasures looks weirdly off to me. Wonder how my ancient history degree could help me prog. Maybe you're really good at lore? Like, as your team is getting, like, their teeth bashed in, you can be like, oh man, would you like to know the backstory of why he's so mad? Oh, oof. He has a good reason to be mad, you know. Oh. Oh, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to say chili taters because we didn't have a paladin tank in our roster. We used we had me as a brewmaster, and then we had a druid tank, and we had a warrior tank. Oh, that does remind me, the druid tank, and see, I'm not going, like, it's spelled in a specific way, so that, and it's like over a decade ago, so I'm sure I'm not throwing them under the bus by mentioning it, but their character name was Looking for Haircut as a bear druid. I believe it was bear druid, and also I can't actually remember if they were a Worgen or a, like, I can't actually remember what faction I was on, come to think of it. Wolf, can you leave? Can you look the other way real quick? But still, druid named Looking for Haircut is hilarious. Oh, rage! Excellent! Sure, do this just as a safety measure. High five! Oh, you don't have hands, sorry. You know what, let's take out the wolf so it's not in the way when I want to exit in a bit. High five! Oh, you don't have hands either. Whoops. Did you quit? Wow, Final Fantasy XIV, and you still play it? I initially picked up Final Fantasy XIV as something to play that wasn't as focused on, like, hardcore raiding. Quite ironic, wouldn't you say? And I also came back to WoW after getting into Final Fantasy XIV. I found an extra racing. That's kind of sad. But when I quit WoW in Legion, I only came back to it for like a month in Battle for Azeroth because a friend of mine was like, oh no, it's actually pretty good. I played it for a month. I was like, nah, not really feeling it. I have played, I played a warrior up to level 60 when Classic WoW came out initially. And also played a bit when hardcore started becoming a thing. Was it Burnout? No, it was just, I wanted to play other games. I don't think that counts as Burnout. Yeah, the funny thing is, Ceres, is that that friend, I believe, also started playing less after I had made my month visit. So I think it was a case of, it's decent in moderation, and then I came and, like, I usually don't play my MMO of choice in moderation. And so they played with me, and then, like, the flaws started to show, right? Hey, Lawrence, hope you're doing well. Yeah, nowadays, I'm like, I like World of Warcraft. It's a cool game. It's just that there's so many things. Like, so many things that I'm not a fan of with the game. That just makes me, like, no, not really. Also, hey, FFXIV, hope you're doing well. I actually like, speaking of Walls of Draenor, I have told this story. I think I talked about this story on the last Palace of the Dead stream, actually. But with Walls of Draenor, like, I started at university, like, on the math degree and all that, as Walls of Draenor came out, which meant that I was still raiding Siege of Orgrimmar as I started in university. And when that tier ended, I was like, alright, I'm gonna stop hardcore raiding. Like, I want to, like, go to parties and stuff at the university. Like, I want to be there. Because, like, that is, like, a one-time... Like, I guess World of Warcraft, a given expansion, is also technically a one-time thing. Like, you're losing out on that. But it just wasn't fun to always be like, well, I'm raiding that day, so I can't. So I was like, I'm gonna stop, like, raiding, like, on a schedule. And so I joined my like a few friend of mine's guild, which was a raiding guild, but I could be there as a casual, right? Fine. I played a Death Knight because I didn't like some of the changes that happened to Brewmaster, but I always liked my Death Knight. Oh boy. We've reached the floors with the Sasquatches. But that, like, short period where I was, like, playing casual in Walls of Draenor, I realized... So, I first of all realized that I wasn't having that much fun playing casual, either. Oh boy. But then there was this one night where the raid team in the guild was like, okay, so listen, overnight, one of our tanks left the guild, so we're a tank short for the raid night. Can you, like, sub in just this one time? Because we know you're a good tank. I'm like, I'm in blues. Like, I'm straight up in, like, garbage gear, you know that, right? And you're, like, progging, ow, savage, you know, mythic. Like, no, wait, heroic it was what they were progging at the time. And I hadn't really done the fight, so I didn't know what to do. I'm like, it'll be fine. We'll explain what you need to know. Ow. And we got the final boss of High Mall, heroic, down in 2 pulls. Me being undergeared. And then my brain was like... well, not my brain, but I was like, I feel like maybe I'm good. And then I quit. And then I came back in the pre-patch for Legion. Hey, Mia. Hope you're doing well. Well, I've always said I'm a pretty good tank. Like, that's something that I sometimes talk about, that games like Final Fantasy XIV is really hard to get into and be, like, good at, because Final Fantasy XIV's formula is older than Final Fantasy XIV. You could get into Final Fantasy XIV in A Realm Reborn, and someone who played WoW for 10 years would be better than you. Because they basically played, well, like, they played the game for 10 years, with the only differences being the unique limitations or changes in Final Fantasy XIV. How do I think you play Ymir? I think you play D pretty well. I can't remember. These guys dangerous. I think you play decently well, Ymir. It's the thing is, it's about consistency. And some part of it can, like, there can be a lot of reasons why. Like, we don't play that often, I would, oh boy, say, Ymir, like, where you're specifically playing, for instance, tank, or that I'm specifically evaluating you beyond going, yeah, you're doing the things you're supposed to do, right? So it is a little hard for me to say on, like, while I'm fleeing from a mimic. You get what I mean? But I think you're good, Ymir. Wow, 3 max potions. Thanks. Meanwhile, the doggos of doom have decided that I can't go this way. I found something worse than the doggos of doom. I want to steal for this. There's an Ansu among them. I should have probably just used rage there. It's really stupid of me. All the paralysis. Well, now I have a steel running, so... You forced my hand. Just shooting across from another room. Hey, Dawntrail. Hope you're doing well. Oh, man. Hard to say, Dawntrail. We just ran into a whoa boy, a luring trap and this. So I would say it's actually not going well right now. Like right now, it's not going well. That is really awkward. Would really like it if the answer went a little bit away, like further away. I don't like this set of flaws. I also don't like this flaw. It's like the game went, oh, you don't like this set of flaws? What, we made it worse. Like, stop complaining. We could make it worse. Like, there. Oh, that's nice. I kind of needed that. Also, you know what would be real good? Clearing this donut room. Metal Gear Solid. I mean, there's also the Amarang fate called, what's it? Pray Destroy the Waking Sands? I should probably have waited with pulling this guy until... Ow. after the paralysis had gone. Nope, no tropical winds. It's not tropic. Are you serious? I don't know what that is, but maybe I can carry this a little further. What is a double dip, Yannick? Is it this? Can't make that. I mean, technically you are allowed, it's just... Unfortunately, your body says no. It's difficult that life is like that sometimes. Oh boy. Yeah, I see what you mean, Yannick. I think, the thing is, I was looking around for treasure. And then realized that I didn't actually care afterwards. Right, the exit is not there, so it has to be this way. I guess. Ah. Ow. Ah. I also realized in the middle of that whole chaos with me saying that's not a very nice flaw, that the chat on the stream itself, like on my YouTube studio screen, had frozen. And I only realized because the overlay was not frozen. Like, why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Like, did I say something wrong? And then I realized that was it. Really fun. Well, overall, I would say this is still progress. Because the first time that I tried to do a Palace of the Dead solo run, the thing that wiped me, rage replacement, was luring traps, exhausting my resources, partly because I was bad at using my resources. So I used them very inefficiently. I might still be doing that, but let's just say that on this run, I would say that I've survived worse than I did on the Summoner run years ago, and lived to tell the tale. So I'd say overall plus. If he says there are trees in Palace of the Dead, yeah, sometimes. On sand. You see, the very funny thing that'll happen, Emia, is that when we finally, like, if we actually end up clearing Extreme 3 entirely from, like, mostly blind proc, then we'll have to figure out how everyone does it later. If we start doing it with, like, not specifically the static. So that'll be funny. Where's the exit? Where's the exit? Where is the exit? Ow. Oh, the exit is open. First learn our own thing. Only to relearn party finder strats for farming. You know, the funniest thing would be, like, would we then learn to cheese? Just because that's what Party Finder does? Or would we try to impose that everyone has to learn the fight properly? Was it floor 180 you failed on last time? Last time I failed on floor 190. Ow. I hate the Anzus. That is the cheese ham. Oh man. Do we just rage it up and push through? Or what do we do? Oh hey. You have time? Yeah, I do, but I don't know when the answer will actually move out of the way so I can progress. And give it a bit longer, then my strength runs out. And then I don't want to fight the Sasquatch either. Not really, anyway. Is that the exit? Sit down that way. It would be stupid to spend those resources to force my way through only to find that it was down this way, but it isn't. I don't know what to do. I'm thinking rage. Ow. If the exit is right around the corner, then it would be kind of silly to use Fortune, because maybe I could get the rage further down the next floor. But if it isn't right around the corner, then pick the Sasquatch with pre-sprint after Ansu moves. That's an idea. Ah, right, innovation. What do you mean, Wabis? Ah. Now we have to wait for the bird to choose to not cross the road. Does the range DPS heavy work on it? On the Sasquatch or the answer? I didn't need to fight it. I don't think I needed to fight it. It turned just as I had, like, premeditated to choose to fight it. It's really annoying. I don't know if it works on the answer, but it doesn't matter, Bitsfox, because the thing that kills you from the answer is that they'll just charge you and body slam you with a stun, and then kill you. Like, them not being in range is completely inconsequential. They'll just dive you. They have a gap closer. And the gap closer is the killing move that they use. Like, specifically the gap closer is the thing that you don't want to fight them over. No diminishing returns on the stun? I mean, you're dead. No diminishing returns, you just get flattened. Now what do we do? Labs and Warrior? I mean, there's a reasonable chance you would also die there, wouldn't you? I wish I could just see where the exit is, because then I could just dash for it. And then save whatever resources I have left for the next 10 floors, essentially. Are you coming at me? Yes, you are. I could use a sight and a rage and just leave that way, but that's using 2 Pomanders for something that I might not need to do. But I really don't like that answer there. I'm expecting it to turn when as soon as I walk out. And like, there's answers in the way anyway. My mind is telling me rage. -1 steel and strength. Well, you see that I am already down 1 steel, so the question is it better to go sight and rage, or steel and strength, and then maybe also a witching, which I only have 1 of? Ignore it, pick the quill. The answer is right there. My point is that I'm having trouble exiting the room that I am in. It looks like a huge flaw. It does, yes. I don't know. I'll use a site. Double that way. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh boy. I forgot about you for a second. I'm choosing to rage. I just want to get out of here right now. I should probably have used a sustaining potion there. I've spent too long looking at this situation stupidly. So now I've decided that instead of just looking at it stupidly, it's better that I just do something. Just kill them before they hit. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Hey, Emily, thank you. And also, hey, Vigo, are we doing well? And Xiao Shen. And also, yeah, we got a steal back. How was it again? Lost at 25%? Was that it? And when is a good idea to start stockpiling? Lost at 40%. Oh, okay. Because it's 30? I guess it depends on what you're stockpiling. Yeah. Right. 40% for stockpile. Not a big fan of you just stepping away from me to do that. Right into the Charybdis. I'll stand in here in the tornado you can't get into. And then I'll do a cone. I didn't actually want to do that. For some reason I just filled it to use second wind for no reason. Whoops. And now we hold it. This is a kind of awkward time because I feel like he's going to trounce any second. Ah, I thought he started. I started a second early because I thought he was starting. Like, I thought the thing he was running over for was Ecliptic Meteor. I've got time for one more. Yeah, just barely. But I should have looked at his HP. It basically said not ready yet because it was at 15.5%. You forgot sus? No, I didn't. It doesn't heal immediately, so I didn't think it would actually heal me enough. So I didn't forget it. I chose to not do it. You might be right. Let's say I intentionally forgot it because I didn't think it would help at that point. That is annoying. I think what happened is that I used the wrong order, and by the time I realized I also needed the sustaining potion, I was like, it's too late. So that's why I didn't do it. I should have used reassemble for that. That's not exactly how I had imagined it in my mind, but we can fix that. Now we hold. Wait, what did I remove? Oh! I accidentally removed my sustaining potion. Whatever, I'll just use another one. Goofed up my entire burst. I goofed it up again! Last time I beat Behemoth, I also messed up my burst. Completely. I just can't do it. I just can't get it right. The only reason I beat it is because I'm lucky at this point. Thank you, everyone. Luck gets you places. Yeah, it does. You mean, this sounds like From the Heavens, the O12 song? I believe it's just the generic Heavensward boss music. That's true, Giraheen. It is really annoying though, because let's see, I think it was V says your palm supplies were healthier this run versus last one, so glad you were in a position for the second attempt. That's true. The problem is that the last run, I didn't have resources for a second attempt on floor 190. And can you imagine if I goof it up on floor 190 again? And the reason that I'm like a strength and a steel short for one more try is because I needed them on 180 because I goofed it up. Can you imagine? Yeah, I know, Xiaoshen. I know. That's only part of the reason how, like I also messed that up. Like, somehow, I do everything mostly right, and then I have one mistake, wipe. Then I do everything wrong, except I actually do remember to heal myself, right? And I do it, like, by a fraction of a second. While doing everything wrong. Like, I used hotshot with full battery. I mean, I don't know if I actually would have had an extra automaton if I hadn't done that wrong. But I also goofed up my wildfire. And that's true, Bokash. Like, the irony is that the first try I just barely didn't make it because I didn't have enough HP for a second meteor. The second try, I just barely made it because I wasted so much time that I needed just barely all the time of 2 whole meteors and a bit. Your last round fully prepared you for the 190 shenanigans, so you got it this time? Let's hope so, because I also thought last time I goofed up Behemoth so badly, I'm not gonna do that again. And then I did. You know what they say about the student that finishes their test just barely on time? They finish the test. That's true. Also, hey, JK, hope you're doing well. And let's hope so. With that said, I think we will do those last 20 floors next time. Or we will attempt them. I will, like, as you probably heard earlier. What is Tuesday after Necromancer? No, not tonight, Emir. As some of you saw or heard, I couldn't remember many of the, like, the important enemies of this set of 10 floors. The next set of 10 floors has even more enemies where it's like, oh, remember that. Oh, this guy needs to be treated like that. And oh, this one, don't fight that. And it's not as obvious as the big bird, you know, that stuns. Yeah, don't fight that. It's a little less obvious than that. So I need to, like, review everything again. Oh, that's what you meant, Emir. That's what you meant. Not an attempt. You're clear. Well, thank you for the confidence boost, Emir. The next set puts Fear of God, and you'll remember. Well, Yannick, I used a raging because the answers put the Fear of Gods in me. So the fact there aren't those on the next set of floors is already a breath of fresh air, because I hate those answers. And that sounds about right, Lobbies. As he Bronson says, what is Tuesday after Necromancer? Let's say, hypothetically, that I get, like, that we actually beat it next week. Hypothetically. It could be that we move on to Heaven on High. It could also be that I go, alright, we've done plenty of deep dungeons, maybe we'll do something else on Tuesdays for a bit. I don't know. I'm not expecting to clear next week. There's also the possibility that I will keep trying this so long that I end up going, I can't, like, I'm lost interest. And it's not fun to watch a streamer that's not having fun. So if I stop, like, if I reach the point where I'm like, it's not worth it, then that would of course be the sign that I will not continue, even Palace of the Dead, even if I don't manage to get it. But yeah, if I get the, oh boy, the Necromancer title, then it would of course mean no more Palace of the Dead solo stream challenge. It would be something else. Who knows? Actually have the problem. Well, I mean, I lost. I'm down to 1 strength and 1 steel and 1 witching. 2 sight. 2 rage. And I think I have 3 of everything else. Yoshen says I'm jealous of how many free inventory slots you have. Well, when I clean it up, it's even better. It's only the bottom right quarter that is fully full all the time. But it's just a matter... Oop, I didn't want to take that out. It's just a matter of figuring out what you do and don't need. It took me a few hours to clean up my inventory. Bit says, I like the idea of Heaven on High Party because I can watch it since it's not spoilers for me. How far are you in the game, Bits? He'll start FRU prog. Not on Tuesdays, I don't think. You're in Shadowbringers. Oh, Jake is here. Inventory is low, opens an almost full saddlebag. What do you mean with almost full? And see, the thing is, out of all these items, right? If I was like, I need space, I could throw out this, this, and this. Like, I could. And this is like old gem, like this is old tinctures. Old tinctures. Like a lot of the items are things that I don't need, but it would be a shame to throw out. And I could use, like that's why I bring them out when I need them. And all of these materia I could just sell. In some capacity, some of them is just me like getting a gathering materia from my island sanctuary. I'm like, well, I have space in my saddlebag. Whoop. Done. And now I don't. So I just sell them. You can toss that Phoenix down to... Yes, I could. The only reason why it's there is because while it's there, I can pick an additional one up. But I don't need it, and Phoenix Downs are incredibly low value. Emir says, if you help me on M4S, I join for FRU. Yeah. Well, don't you also have to beat, like, in a way, you'd also have to beat the preceding fights to get the gear? You know, right now, the way that we're doing hard content is that on, you know, on the weekends, yeah, Fat Cat most important. Well, I mean, it's I already have one, but I have not figured out what I'll do with it. Have I ever used the Phoenix Down? Yes, I have. It's very handy for... for example, if you're doing a deep dungeon where you don't have a healer, and you might not even have a summoner, and even if you do have a healer or a summoner, if the healer or the summoner dies... Yes, I want to do Savage, but I don't know if you think I'm using Sunday Party Finder for that. Yeah, that's understandable. Not like nothing bad about people that do their hard content for the week on Sundays. But I will say that some of the absolute most ludicrous players, like in a weird way, sometimes in a bad way, but definitely in a weird way, show up on Sundays. Like, what's a good example? In, like, early parts of Endwalker, I helped a few friends through the first raid tier of Pandemonium. And we wiped multiple times on the second boss on normal. And I was healing. The group as a whole was not super great. But my co-healer was a sage that thought that the way that the job works is you put Cardia on a tank and then you just attack. And that's all you have to do. if other players die, well, you can't rest them because then you're not attacking, and if you're not attacking, you're not healing the tank. So you have to keep attacking. So just ignore deaths. It was like solo healing, because the co-healer was just like an EOS that healed the tank, and that was it. So, and then, you know, also the rest of the raid had trouble. And that was because we did it on a Sunday afternoon. So yeah, Sunday can be a problem. And if you're doing hard content with weekly lockouts like Savage, you might run into a different kind of lunatic on Sundays. Because for some players, they're running out of time. If they're doing their re-clears, they might be they might be really quick to get really mad if a single mistake happens, because they don't have time for that. And they need to clear today because they don't have time tomorrow, even though, like, at Monday, like, maybe you could get a group there, right? Like, exactly. Last minute raiders can be scary. So, like, there's a lot that can make it dangerous, but the best I can suggest you, Emir, is if you want to prog it, the advantage of Party Finder is that you can try to put a group together at any time. Now, when I say try, is of course because there's no guarantee that you will actually get the group to go together. Like, you can't guarantee that it'll be a full group. You see, Fem says, I thought I was so nice to my future self on a character, I stopped playing in Stormblood by saving a whole bunch of garbage to level decent thing. But it's just a mess I had to clean up. I mean, Desynth is still a mess. Like, for those that are curious... Oh, by the way, I should invest these before I forget. Last week I had to come back to trade them in because I forgot and left the area. If you're curious how I went about clearing my inventory, and just to be clear, one of my retainers has so much space that I just took, like, all of the gear covers from the Dawntrail MSQ, just got thrown in there. Like, that's not something that I'm keeping for rainy day. It's straight up the thing Fem said, I can't be bothered. Like, it's just a mess. I can't be bothered to clean it up. But I'll do it at some point. But ultimately, when I had finished cleaning up my inventory, I was down to, like, almost half of this? Something like that? Like, half of 1/4 with actually things. There was space in here, and my second retainer held nothing. As in, had no items. They were just the one that sells things. And the first one actually had some tabs free. But the way that I went about it is that I looked at every single item that I had and gone, will I need it this week? Will I need it next week? Will I need it next month? Like, will I need this item? When will I need it? And if it's really far out, so I'm not even sure, then the argument is, how hard is it to reacquire it if it turns out that I actually did need it? And if it was, you can just buy it, then most items in my inventory that you can just buy it, I will just, like, sell it, especially if it has some value on the market board, because there's a reasonable chance that the item will be worth less when I need it later. There's a chance. And if that happens to be the case, then I basically made money. It's a kind of investment. Sell the item for high, and then it's worth less when you need it, so you buy it back. It's like I can't remember what it's called in investment, but it's like betting on the stock falling in price rather than increasing in price. Another thing that I did was also like, I did this with totems as well. Do I need the mount for this totem? No. Okay, why am I keeping this item? Well, maybe I'll need one of the weapons for glam one day. You won't. No, you won't. You probably won't. So ask yourself, how easy is it to get a new one? Like, if it's an ultimate totem, I could understand you want to keep it. But if it's like an old savage tome, or it's an old extreme, you can get a new one. You can get a new one. Trust me on that. You can get a new one. And the way I dealt with it is that I just grabbed the totems and then I just bought paladin swords and decent those. Because they're slightly cheaper, and I don't know if there's a lower rate of getting like the crafting material specific to the extreme, if there is one, on the paladin weapons. And if there isn't, then you like get more bang for the buck. And if there is a lower chance, then it's probably like proportional to the cheaper price. So same seas, right? And then I just decent all of those, and then I sell the end result. And I did that with every totem. You can see that I have a bunch of totems in my saddlebag. All of those totems are from bosses that I still don't have the mount from. You can just buy the shield on loop for 3 totems each. You see, that's the thing, Bruntum, is that I got the impression that I've never gotten the material from the shield, so I was curious if it can drop the material. And it wouldn't surprise me if it couldn't. That's why I buy the swords, not the shields. Stock trading advice with Caetsu Chaiji. Yeah, exactly. And that's true. Back in the day, you couldn't desynth items if you didn't have enough desynth level. Nowadays, it's just you get more value if you do. And yeah, exactly, Liv. That is kind of the idea, but the reason why it's tedious, maybe it's easier for me to try and spell out. Maybe it's easier with a bit of a demonstration. Yeah, I see. That's the thing, Brontom. I don't know. I've never actually I haven't desynced that many shields, so I don't have enough personal data to be sure. It's just that my thought process is, if they can drop them, isn't that unfair? Because that means that paladins just get double value. Isn't that a bit unfair? Let's say I wanted to sell this coffer, right? I wanted to sell this. It is item level 645. So it's this. 115k. That's pretty good. Oh, 59k. Weird. Why is that so much cheaper? There's also something weird with. There's always something weird with the paladin weapons. 145k. 69k. Nice. None. But they sold for 74k. 98. 100, maybe 200. Probably 100. Yeah, probably 100. None, but 75. 100. $250 for some reason. None, but probably 50 to 100. 130. 50. Probably 50. Probably 100. I'll get to my point in a moment. 75. Probably 100. Weird. Why is Viper so much more expensive? 40 for the White Mage one. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Bronto. Wow. Thank you. Most exciting content. And enjoy the emotes. To all the new members. Thank you so much, Bronto. 100 here. And 115 here. So to my point. It's a little longer when it's a weapon. Because there's 21 to go through. But I had to check every single one to go, I should probably make a Viper weapon out of this. Because that's 250,000. Whereas the second place was like 150. Right? That took like 3 minutes or something to do for just that weapon. You get what I mean, right? Like I have to sit down at some point and go, okay, do I have like an hour plus to do this for all of these? And can I be bothered? And the answer often is no. And that's why they're there. And it's furthermore, you can almost see my money. It's not a secret. I have 58 million gil. I don't need money. So it's like, no, I'm not in a hurry. Also, hey James, hope you're doing well. And I think it went decently well. We got to floor 180. And for the second time, I beat Behemoth not by playing well, but basically failing backwards into success. Nib says I just turned all of mine into Bard gear because I didn't feel like doing that. Makes sense. The funniest part of all this is that if I had actually changed my covers into gear in like week 1 of Dawntrail, it would probably been worth more, but it would have been harder to sell because there would be a way harder competition. But I just didn't. And now it's like, it's that thing that, you know, that thing that you have to get done, but I'll do it next week. I'll do it tomorrow. The term is failing upwards. The term is also falling backwards into success. I guess it's both. But that thing, you know, that thing that you're like, I'll get to it eventually. I don't have to do it today. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it next week. I'll do it next month. That's those covers. Ham says, I just descent the gear from those covers if I remember correctly. I've actually taken some of those covers and just went, oh, I have a live quest that needs this exact item. I can just make that. And then just grabbed the exact cover and made the item. Which probably makes a lot more sense when you see that I have achievements like this cooking. In my last 5. Very handy to just be able to make the item out of thin air. Yannick says, speaking of Behemoth, it's interesting how different jobs deal with it. Definitely. I think it's interesting how different jobs deal with Palace of the Dead in general. Like, particularly interesting is simple things like how different jobs deal with a mob that, you know, needs to be interrupted. Some jobs straight up just has to eat it, whatever it is that the mob does. Some might, like Pictomancer, might actually have the firepower to just skip it. And then there's jobs that have an interrupt. How can Astrologian do it? That's to get lucky with rages. I will say, technically, has Astrologian not gotten better at Palace of the Dead? With the various changes it has gotten over the years? Like, I can only imagine that an extra light speed is really nice. And having defensive cards, just in addition to the offensive cards, like, that has to be pretty good. Ransom says, if Desynth was slightly faster, it may work as a decent guild maker. But it's so slow for the amount of return, you can technically convert rose gold nuggets into demi materia 3. But it takes over an hour RNG dependent to make 500k at most. Yeah. Jill says, with that much money, do you still pay for teleports, or do you have a ton of Aetheryte tickets? No, I pay for all my teleports. In fact, the reason why I don't have Aetheryte tickets is because the price of teleporting to me is such a drop in the bucket that I can't be bothered. Like, I'm not joking when I say that I actually I stopped buying Aetheryte tickets because I found it annoying to have to click the yes. The extra yes to using the Aetheryte ticket. Or no when I didn't want to. And then after I had spent all of them, I realized this was a thing. Like, I could have just done this and then just set the gil amount, and then I wouldn't have had to worry about that. But I learned that after I had already spent all of them. And gone, I have plenty of money. Bronson says, I'd argue that I have that much money because I have that many Aetheryte tickets. Right now, I have seen a particular increase in money thanks to a recent uptick in value of treasure maps. You know, I don't actually do the hunt very much. So I can't afford buying a ludicrous amount of Aetheryte tickets. And they take up an inventory space. Onion merchant? No, I don't. I do not remember that story. Yeah, the thing is, Emir, with Behemoth, I would imagine that the main problem healers would run into is that they would be able to heal themselves up to take the Ecliptic Meteor over and over and over again, potentially. But because their damage kind of sucks, they actually need to do that. Like, they need to heal themselves up over and over and over again to gradually, like, wear through it. That's pretty funny, Yannick. I have not heard about that. And could not sell them, however hard I tried. That's also a weirdly specific thing to buy and sell. Yeah, Bronson, that is the thing, is that if you really want to make a lot of money in Final Fantasy XIV, like a lot of gil, the way you make a lot of gil is typically not by figuring out a thing to farm and then sell it. The ones that make a lot of money are the ones that figure out what thing to buy and sell. Like flipping. That's how you make a lot of cash. And the reason is the same as the reason why I sell treasure maps, even though that the drops from treasure maps can be immensely valuable, is you spend hour, maybe 2 hours, depending on your luck, doing treasure maps, and then you get maybe a weapon that's worth... Are they still worth 10 million? I spent 2 minutes finding the treasure map, and I sell it to you for about 100k. I only got 1% of what you might be earning. But it only, like, but it took me, like, near close to 100th of the time. So the fact that I only made 1% of the potential earning means that I probably made more gil per hour. And I still worked for it. like, if I was the smart guy, then I would have found out that, oh, actually, on this other world, the weapons sell for 5 million for some reason. I'll just buy one of the covers there and sell it here. For 10 million. And then just hope that someone doesn't check. And then you make extra from just that. But that's like the Giga Brain is figuring out how to like resell. Like back before we had, you know, Faceware, a thing that I did was that I figured out that I could make a specific pair of glasses for like 1k gil per. Like I just buy the materials. But for some reason, people were willing to pay 10 to 20k for the glasses. Like, it was still profit for me if they sold for 5. So I just made some of those, put them up. Undercut anyone who fights me on it, because it's a profit for me as long as I make over, like, as long as they sell for over 1k. But if they drop too low, it's not worth my time. Like, if they start selling for 5k, I would, like, empty my supply and then not make more for a bit. So let the price rise up again. Exactly, Alex. Selling shovels during a gold rush is the move. Exactly. Emily says, I found some pockets of early mid-game materials being weirdly valuable, but market fluctuations can kill those very quickly. It's like, I believe it's like there's a few different sides to that, Emily. Like, one thing is that the reason why the material is so valuable is because there's so little of it in stock that if someone needs that item, they have to pay whatever you want for it, or they have to go and get it themselves. So they'll just pay you. But if people catch wind that this item is very valuable as a result of this, and people, like, there's suddenly a rush of people that need this item, then the price suddenly swings crazy fast. And so that's why I usually say if you can find a niche that no one else knows about and sell that. The problem is that you need to have someone buy it, and if they buy it and go, wait a minute, I could just sell this. Right? Like, funny story, back in, I think it must have been early Shadowbringers, when I put this outfit together. Early mid Shadowbringers maybe, something like that. I wanted this and this. But this was straight up not on the market. Like, it was not available. So I had to get it myself. I had to figure out how to get it. At the time, I had no idea. I just had to figure out how to get that. I got that, and I got more than I needed. So I made the pants for myself. And then I sold... I can't remember if I sold this item or if I actually made an extra pair of pants and sold that. But I made a surprisingly large amount of money for something that ultimately is a Heavensward material that no one really cares about. Because it was a Heavensward material that no one really cares about. Like, that's the thing, is that the moment people start caring about it, it just goes... It also makes some funny market manipulation if you got a bigger amount of a rare commodity like a mount. That's true. And if you have enough money, you can also induce scarcity on your own. Like, you can just go, oh, there's only so much of this item. What if I buy all of it and then put my price? I buy all of them and then I put in my price. And I only put a little bit of supply in to give the indication like that there isn't much there. Alright, Emia, enjoy your evening. Vince says, I've gotten a few sales from one of the chest drop orchestrion rules, the very high sale price. Nice. And Nox says, nothing crashes the market more than someone making a YouTube video on it. Absolutely. The only, like, money-making video I've made on Final Fantasy XIV, as far as I remember anyway, like, direct money-making video, was... I think I made it in anticipation of the second raid tier in Endwalker, I think, because I had specifically heard a lot of people go, oh yeah, so what you do is like you stockpile a lot of materia, like buy up materia from the market, so that when the new gear comes, you just like you just scalp people for materia. And my video was, don't do that. Everyone's going to do that. There's going to be a ludicrous amount of supply on materia, and everyone knows that. You're not going to make bank doing that. Don't do something that is being actively advertised as what you should be doing, because everyone's going to be doing that. So don't do that. Find something yourself. And then I gave examples of how you could find it. Like some random furniture item that happens to... Oh, thank you, Ardell. That was fast. For such a vague description. Like furniture items. You could find a furniture item that happens to be really valuable that not many people bother making. You could find materials that people just can't be bothered to collect. You could find a piece of like glamour that people can't be bothered to make. But if you do the thing everyone does, it's not going to work. Like, the classic example that I've seen is the I usually refer to it as the iron ore resell, because that's often the example that I've seen. The idea is, oh, a vendor sells iron ore. You can just buy like bulk iron ore and sell it for a markup on the market board, and people will buy it. Yes, they will, but now that this video is here telling everyone to do that, your supply of those iron ores are very unneeded. And that apply like the moment you name an item in a money guide that is meant to be put on the market board, it stops working. That is also the reason why I don't watch too much of it, but some of you may know Zane Lionheart, which is also a content creator that focuses quite heavily on money-making projects. Like ways to make money in Final Fantasy XIV. And a lot of the things that I've seen him do is often... it's something that has guaranteed payoff, because it actually doesn't rely on the market board. It's, you do this and then you sell everything to a vendor. Boom, 300k. Things like that. Then there might be a chance for a payoff that happens to include an item that could be sold for more on the market board, but the lion's share of the income from so-and-so strategy is guaranteed. Because it doesn't rely on the market board at all. Like, that's a good kind of money-making strategy to name items, because it doesn't matter that everyone's doing it. It doesn't affect your profits that everyone's doing it. But if you name a money-making strategy and then direct people to do something specific, and then the main income from it relies on the market board, congratulations, it's no longer a good strategy, because the supply vastly dwarfs the demand. Yeah, that's a good point, Viek. Only mention items you don't want to sell on the market board, or mention items you want to buy in a video. That is actually a hilarious suggestion. Imagine for a second, everyone, that the people that made those money-making guides telling everyone to stockpile materia maybe their actual end game was, then then everyone will flood the market with materia right when we need them, and then we can buy it all for nothing. Have you heard of the WoW Auction House Consortium? Kind of. And it doesn't surprise me. I remember a story about a player a while back that basically got muted and suspended for offering a service for free that other alchemists wanted to, like, take a fee for doing. I think it was alchemy. It might have been like crafting an engineering item. How did that happen? Well, if enough people report you. It says, speaking of money making, bamboo paper can be bought for 600 Grand Company seals and sold for 360 gil. Please don't sell Grand Company items below this price. Interesting. Fems is Lionheart doing pump and dump scams, but with gil. No, not Lionheart. As I said, specifically that their guides were strategies where you get the money from just... I just wanted to be sure, Fem, because it shall not be said that I said that. Yeah, he kind of accidentally does sometimes. Well, I guess if it, like that's the thing, is that if you suggest a money-making strategy, just in general, then it will have a direct impact on the value of that item. And that could be interpreted as doing that. And if, let's say, the money-making strategy that is suggested has a payoff of one item that could be sold on the market board, but the rest of the money is guaranteed, if enough people use that strategy, it will cause that item to drop, and, well, you know, then people lose interest in the strategy, and then someone might be able to, you know, scoop up the supply and sell for a markup later. You know, I think it's like interesting like ideas, various different strategies. And yeah, classic is there was actually something that I learned in Guild Wars 2. The easiest money to make in Guild Wars 2 by, like, using the auction house is if you can find items that, for whatever reason, are posted for less than their vendor value. Now, I learned this, I realized this because I found, like, a website similar to things like Universalis and things like that, that had the search functionality. Just click on it and then it would just show you the items that were below market value, like below vendor value. So because that tool was there for anyone to use, you can probably predict that there was never items on that list. Because the moment an item appeared, someone would just yoink. Because it is harder to do that in Final Fantasy XIV, it is more likely for it to happen. But my advice to that, if anyone has ever done it by accident, remember that when you go to your retainer and put an item up for sale, the item that is usually posted there on the item before you put in a price is the vendor price. So if you change that number to less than what the game automatically punched in, then don't sell it. Like, don't do that. Yeah, exactly, Brontom. That's the mistake. You only buy like one or two, maybe. And not like, maybe just one of each. Anyway, 30 floors of Palace of the Dead. We have the hard part, the really hard part here remaining. And guess who forgot to actually use his second chances again? It's me. And then we also managed to talk about money. A bunch. But yeah, I can't say. Like, I've seen some of it. I'm usually focused on doing my own thing. But, I mean, if you need a creative suggestion for a money-making strategy, you could check out Zane Lionheart. I don't know if he's changed it, but you might find a similar end slate. Another Nox, oh yeah. Well, yeah, you could try that. With that said, I think that is enough overtime of not Palace of the Dead in a Palace of the Dead stream, right? Setting on 8 gear is a good moneymaker, just be really, really lucky. Yeah, you just have to get it first, right? You just need to get 3 lines. And choose your spot. And there you go. Easy money. But yeah, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm that this was an enjoyable stream and like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be a part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you will find... Am I back? Hello? That's a hilarious time to lose connection for a second. I don't know when I got cut off, so let's try that again. I do believe it was after I had talked about liking the stream. If you would like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat. You'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. And there you will find, for instance, that tomorrow I'm putting out a video about how to approach actually teaching people in duties. Like, how do you actually say, maybe you shouldn't use Gear 1 without the person taking offense to it or thinking it's rude. You'll also find the announcement room where you'll see links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I do post a video or stream, as well as an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. If you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a link to a Ko-Fi, in the description, which helps, which you can also use to support the channel, and it all helps me and the channel directly, so that I can do things like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But with that said, now I'm ready to end the stream. YouTube, relax. Don't be so quick. I didn't click stop. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.